Today we've got a deck list that was run through a league last night by our moderator Steven, and I kind of tagged along and checked out what was going on just to see what it was all about, and it was pretty fun. So we're gonna try it out today. I don't really have a better way of describing it. So the idea of the deck is to play the primary Grixis shell of Death Shadow. Actually, I might want to let's just go with these. The idea is to play the primarily Grixis shell of Shadow with a couple copies of Teferi Time Raveler in the main deck is kind of one of our primary reasons of going Esper. We also have 2 copies of Path to Exile, a copy of Celestial Purge in the sideboard. So we've got that good Grixis base, but taking out some of our flex spots like Cling to Dust, Drown in the Lock, adding in Teferi is a bit of a major tempo advantage card. Bounce a threat, draw a card, make sure things like Stubborn Denial, Teamer Battle Rage on our side of the board are resolving. And then giving us some like unconditional removal in the sideboard, a little bit better interaction than some of the previous options we've tried out. And we're going to see how it goes. Some of the concerns we had last night that kind of showed up were the mana base is a little bit awkward. We swapped out 2 Bloodstained Mires for 2 Marsh Flats for today. So we want to keep an eye on that. Knowing what our available shock lands are at all times is pretty important. Let's get these Teferis real quick. Oh, come back. But hopefully things like Path to Exile, Celestial Purge will help us a bit in matchups like the Shadow Mirrors, the Prowess matchups. Give us like a good answer to Stormwing as well as big Prowess dudes. I guess my primary concerns would be like, how are we doing against Tron? Since we're kind of slowing ourselves down a little bit with Teferi. Not a huge amount, but a non-zero amount. But I guess we won't know until we try it out. So let's jump into our first league. See what happens. Again, this is a first league with Esper Shadow, Splashing Red, like Battle Rage, K-Return, K-Command, Alpine Moon, Royal Signs. And let's see how it goes. I couldn't think of a better name than Fiery Esper, so that's what we're going with. And if anybody pays really close attention to it for whatever reason, we do have a bit of a setup shift around today. So chat, I haven't decided where I'm going to have chat window ultimately. I might have it over here on the left. I might have it on the right. Can't decide. Depends where the lighting ends up being best and blah, 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 blah. So if you see me moving it around, it's because I'm trying to check out how the lighting looks from one way or the other. It's not spectacular. We can get Hallowed Fountain off of this Delta and just have all of our colors covered. So that's probably enough of a reason to keep it. I guess if we draw Teferi, we can't play it on turn 3 without another land. Alright, Hallowed Fountain, Aether Vial, so I'm assuming with no, like, Yorion revealed, it's probably Spirits. Stubborn Denial I'm not too interested in, since they've already got the Vial down. If I get Hallowed Fountain, though, I can Thought Scour. So it is Spirits. I might just, like, scour over their Supreme Phantom. Alright, so we've got a quick kill if we can find a shadow. Gus, how's it going? What up, what up? Saw that announcement of tournaments. That has me pumped. Now I've got to order some cards. Yeah, I think getting in-store play back live again will be really good for us in the long run. I think I want an Inquisition here. So if they're going to get to double spell next turn, have you seen the Bergy Dredgestorm deck? I'm tinkering with it. I have not. If you got a list and you want to send it, I'd be down to check it out. Are we taking Supreme Phantom? I think we are. So there's just like a chance they won't get to cast the Drog Skull next turn. And if they do find third land like that, and they get Drog Skull plus Selfless Spirit, I'm at 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not dead. So their last card in hand is Selfless Spirit. Alright, so we need to fade a Lord. Ian, what's up? I guess technically we need to fade. I was going to say Lord plus Spell Queller. Choose not to attack. So this can get a second copy of Watery Grave. So this is going to be an attack to check and see if they block correctly. They do not. Opponent has decided to call my bluff. So, like, any way they blocked, if they wanted to live, they had to give up 2 creatures. They'd have to block with something like the Mariner and sack a Selfless Spirit to keep from dying. And if they did that, like, it would be another turn of we just have to fade a Lord. So, Path is great. K-Return, I'm always, like, iffy on. Like, it's cool. I want it to be good. But in reality, between, like, Supreme Phantom, Selfless Spirit, and, like, Spell Queller being 3 toughness, any 2 lords getting everything out of range, it's way less exciting. And they don't typically run Auriok Champion. Like, maybe this one is. Who knows? It's basically like all of our 2 damage removals a little, is a little sus. No. As much as I like keeping hands because of Shadow Battle Rage, I don't really feel like getting punished for a 5-lander. Alright. Novile is good. So, if I'm wanting to get Godless Shrine, I can pair that with Steam Vents in the deck to cover all of our colors. But I think I'd rather get, like, what would I rather get? Watery Grave. Godless Shrine, Blood Crypt. So this can get Watery Grave, Blood Crypt, Hallowed Fountain. So I'm going to leave with this to give me the most options. All right. Am I just going Godless Shrine Steam Vents? Maybe that's fine. If I'm just going like 1 removal spell a turn. Little bit surprised they didn't nuke my yard there. Unless they, like, meant to and just didn't. So just playing for Hallowed Fountain here so I can have access to both of these paths. Teferi Time Raveler. What do I think about that one? I think I like just getting that down, actually. Stop some shenanigans like Spell Queller, Selfless, or not Selfless Spirit, Rattle Chains. Alright, so if I pay 2, Path the Drog Skull. Just spell or ability? Yeah. So I'd have to pay 1 with Teferi to bounce that. Or I guess I would rather bounce the Drog Skull and Path the Mariner. That way they have to spend more mana replaying the Drog Skull. No, I probably should just Path the Drog Skull. All right. See, here's my current list. Definitely work in progress. Come here. So Neonate, Thug, Oracle, Bergie, Stinkweed. Spells you play cost 1 less to play for each card with the same name as that in your graveyard. So are you just like Thrill of Possibility and Manamorphose with Bergie? Hit your dredge things, put these back in the yard. Like cast them off Underworld Breach, put them back in the yard, dredge through. Recast them, dredge again. Mill yourself out in either like Grape Shot or what's it called? Thassa's Oracle. Dogfish. The fuck, we have a Teferi? Yeah. Of course we have a Teferi. Why wouldn't we play Teferi? Card's nuts. I don't know if you've seen it before, but... Oh, am I just pushing this Mariner? I think I am. Like, opponent didn't cast anything on their turn. They can't cast anything through Teferi on my turn. So I don't have to worry about, like, Rattle Chains or Spell Queller or something here. Teferi doing work. Teferi is being a house here. Like, I think opponents flooded pretty bad. But at the same time, like, this Teferi is just stopping any sort of, like, shenanigans. I'm just not that mean. Maybe next turn where we can like down tick to fairy, keep it alive and cast second to fairy. Let's see, it's the main card. I had to read Lock It a few times. I've never cast that card. I can't say I have cast it either. You've joined the dark side. Slap your own hand. Bad, Michael. Bad streamer. Bad. Honestly, it's Steven's fault. Like, all I did was sign up to play the deck. He's the one that's like, oh yeah, play Teferi's and Esper and some red cards in there. Alright. What do I want to do to kill my opponent? We like draw step brutalitying this Mausoleum Wanderer. Pitch an extra Teferi. We're basically never going to need it. I guess, deck. We'll keep Path, because I feel like at this point it, like, any removal spell is great. I guess we don't even have to like draw step this or upkeep since our opponent just like doesn't get to use the stack. That's probably the worst I've beaten spirits in a while. Like, that was kind of a dumpstering. Yeah, I'd mentioned earlier in the video that you were the one who suggested the list, and we played through the league last night, and it was super fun. So that's about all I can say. Alright, so opponent's never going to expect the Stubborn Denial off Marsh Flats Pass, right? Spirits has to play entirely at sorcery speed. The deck is pretty bad, right? So Mountain Swift Spear could be Prowess, could be Burn. Is in fact Burn. All right. Oh, I need to update the deck list. So yeah, like the only real changes I made were things like the the mana base updates, 2 Snapcaster over the 2 delays, and the sideboard Alpine Moon, Aether Gust return over the 3 Lingering Souls and second return over Plague Engineer, and the 2 Brutalities over Deicide and Deicide and something else. So not like major changes by any stretch. All right. Opponent did keep a pretty like damage light hand, but they've got a couple redraws. I thought about Tide Hollow Sculler instead of Snapcaster. So I think I'm just getting basic Island for this Stubborn Denial. I don't need to Battle Rage anytime soon. I feel like there's a good chance they didn't have Stubborn Denial on their radar there. Alright, so we're looking for Shadow, Gurmag Angler. I guess. Just go ahead and get the Shadow out of burn range. So we know Sunbaked Canyon's gone, Arid Mesa, Boros Charm. There's Fiery Islet. Ooh. Punished for not getting Hallowed Fountain earlier. My Snap Thoughtseize. I think that I am, because if my opponent has nothing, then they're cracking Islet. Wagner, how's it going? If they have nothing, then they're cracking Islet, and they have to draw exactly Boros Charm 1 mana burn spell. The upside is I put them on a 2-turn clock. I hit for 6 this turn, Battle Rage for lethal next turn. If they do have something like double burn spell, then it just comes down to a top deck. But I'm not Stubborn Denying a top deck anyway, since I don't have double blue. Yep. Cool. So they have a draw step and a crack off Islet to put together 4 points of burn. Which pretty much means like Boros Charm or bust. It's not going to do it, opponent. Alright. Faden draws like a champ. So Aether Gust is great. Brutalities, Path, and Purge are all okay. K-Command's okay. Royal Scions is okay if they're bringing in, like, Rest in Peace. So this is like our maybe pile. I guess I would separate it into like maybe piles 1 and 2. Like, I like this pile better than these, but if I've got enough stuff to bring out, then those are considerations. So like Street Wraith is 100% coming out. Dismember, I don't mind cutting here. I'm okay trimming a Gurmag because between Path and Rest in Peace, like, I probably don't want to see multiples out of here. I'm okay not bringing in Royal Scions until I see Rest in Peace. Gotta make me respect it before I'll respect it. And Purge is just like worse than Paths. If I see something like Roiling Vortex or like a troublesome red permanent game 2, then I might consider Purge, but I don't usually expect those. Yeah, like Purge is better against in that situation. You're correct. But I really want the ability to like interact on turn 1 or 2 without having to fetch and shock if I can avoid it. This hand's like really bad against creatures. I think I'd rather mulligan and look for a hand with like a threat. Like these being my first pieces of interaction. It's kind of rough. Alright, this is quite a bit better. We've got our threat, we've got hand disruption, we've got removal. K command. I don't hate K command, but it's not really a top priority. So I think I'm just getting Godless Shrine here, fire off this Inquisition. I'm doing what? Take Eidolon? Or am I letting them have the Eidolon? Take Path. Push the Eidolon, play Shadow. Alright. So if I take Eidolon, next turn they go land, suspend, hit for 1. I'm at 15 with 9 points of burn floating, or 6 points of burn floating. If I Thoughtseize the Path, I go to 13. Watergrave puts me to 11. I'm not killing with these. So that means if I do take Eidolon, they double suspend, hit me for 1. I'm playing tapped Watery Grave. They're double Rift bolting me the turn after. I'm at 15, 9, Thoughtseize Path, go to 7, play out a Shadow. And they'll have had 2 blind draws. I'm at 7 life with a Shadow. Yeah, I think we're going to go that route. So there's the double suspend. Ooh. Does that change things? So path. Alright, so I shock in, go to 13, Thoughtseize to 11. Plan on pushing this. Double Rift Bolt puts me to 5. I still don't love that. Like, 5 is not a great life total to be at. All right. Skewer the critics. Chalky milk for the stream. Nah, some Starbucks for the stream. Way less exciting, I know. Stubborn denial off the top. So close. Okay. Okay. Well, you're going to get to hit a shadow. Just don't have top decked a Boros Charm and we're good. Getting second blue there so that if I draw like a Stubborn Denial off of this Thought Scour, I'll have access to it. Skull crack me to 1. I think I need to Teferi minus and try to get a stub. Unless I think this last card is a burn spell. I guess Cake Man's fine. I don't like it. Another Path to Exile. Alright. So they ended up finding enough burn spells, but I just want to point out, like, how dead we would be if those paths were, like, things that killed us. Alright. So we didn't see anything like Roiling Vortex. Something like that. A little more interaction. So the Scalding Tarn, I think, has to get Blood Crypt. That's fine. Being an adult is realizing that you can buy your own chocolate milk. Truer words have never been spoken. Path, bunch of burn spells. Okay. Let's start taking the things that are actually killing me. Yeah, the Goblin Guide off the top, as one does. I didn't even realize they only have one card or one land. No, they have Mesa. I'm stupid. Hey. That Goblin Guide drew me a card. So nice of him, opponent. Suspend Rift Bolt, sure. Interesting. Alright. So let's say I fetch and shock, get a Godless Shrine, snap Inquisition, take a path. I'm at 12 life. They untap, Rift Bolt me to 9, skewer me to 6. Pass the turn. I get Shadow, hold up Stubborn Denial for the second path. They've got 2 unknown cards. Alternatively, I could fetch shock, play Shadow here. If they go for path, I get to soft stub. I could fetch basic swamp, snap Inquisition, go to 14. They Rift Bolt me to 11, skewer to 8. I've got stub for the path, but I don't have access to my white cards. What's the clock difference? If I go to 6, Shadow's a 7/7, 3-turn clock, or I go to 8, Shadow's a 5/5, 4-turn clock. If you factor in Snapcaster as well, a fetch land or a way to lose life makes it a 2-turn clock with Shadow plus Snapcaster, or a 3-turn clock with Shadow. I think I like 3-turn clock at 8 life with Shadow plus Snapcaster. Lava Spike. All right. So obviously the hope here is that they throw a bunch of burn spells at my face. Skewer, yep. They do not cast the Lava Spike. a pretty good one. Yep. Bolt. So I K-command the Lava Spike, and it comes down to their top deck. Ah. Needed a land, needed a Swift Spear instead of a Goblin Guide, Eidolon. I feel like that's how it comes down, like, so often against Burn. It's just, alright, you gotta fade one draw step. What happens? Maybe that was an argument to not attack with Snapcaster the turn before, but I honestly, like, didn't think they had drawn double Lightning Bolt there, which was, like, worst case scenario for end of turn damage. Alright, so we'll keep this, and I'm going to bottom what? How crazy is bottom basic island? It's either island or bobble. Probably just bottom bobble. It means that if I don't draw a fetch land, I can't play turn 2 Gurmag Angler. I guess now I can play turn 2 Gurmag Angler. Alright, so let's get Black Source. Oh, I'm short. God, I forgot. I ditched the bobble. And opponent didn't mill me. They didn't have Archive Trap, which is really nice. They do have Mind Funeral. Not one you typically see out of mill decks nowadays. There is a Gurmag Angler in the yard that they could have hit with like a surgical. Alright, so let's hit Gurmag Stub. Battle Rage. I'm hitting things that I would like to protect for the future from surgical extraction. Viking coming in with the 2-month resub. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the subs. Yeah, welcome back to the subscribers. How's your Thursday going so far? We just lost a close game 3 to Burn off a top deck Goblin Guide. Another Mine Funeral. I was going to say scour them in case we draw into a Stubborn Denial, which I think 3 of our 4 stubs have been milled now. I honestly could not tell you what this Polluted Delta can or cannot grab. Let's see, Swamp. That's our second Blood Crypt. I don't see any Watery Graves, so we should still have those. So let's go ahead and get that out of the deck while we can. I guess I need to get Godless Shrine to save our white sources. Those Gurmags are not signed. What's going on? I'll just get a Sharpie and like scribble it in on the screen. I'm sure the artist won't mind, right? Or we'll just like tape one up there. Like, this is clearly the Gurmag Angler on the screen. Field of Ruin, our red source. Yep. So that's Blood Crypt, Blood Crypt. We should... Lord. That triple Mine Funeral gets me. Rough. We only have 18 lands in the deck, so yeah, hitting 12 of them with Mine Funerals. That will do it. Alright. Brutality's great. K-Command's great. Spell Bomb's pretty solid. Fairy seems less exciting here, and it means we don't have to rely on white mana. Yeah, Mine Funerals, super weird. It's been like years since I've seen Mine Funeral out of mill. Because it just got so overshadowed by like Glimpse the Unthinkable and spells like that. clearly we're mulling aggressively to put cards back into our deck. So this can get Blood Crypt, so let's go here and here. Triple Crab. No Archive Trap. I do have a Mind Funeral and a Surgical. So I think I have to go like take a crab, Brutality, maybe escalate, take the second crab. See what we draw. My favorite card I own, an altered full art Liliana the Veil signed by the artist in gold Sharpie. That is a very solid one. Steve Argyle has a extremely nice signature. What did I see? I don't need white mana, but I need blue. I think that I'm supposed to Brutality, escalate it by ditching Shadow, kill the crab, take the Mind Funeral. Or I guess I could ditch Shadow, kill the crab, take... we'll just kill the crab. I don't like leaving them with Mind Funeral plus Surgical Extraction while I have like my cards I need to keep in hand in hand. Because, like, if he just flips over a Shadow off of this Hedron Crab and Surgicals it, it's pretty rough for me. If he wants to surgical like, Battle Rage, I'm great with that. So he responds to this with fetching. That's what I didn't want to see there, was flipping over Shadow. Because, like, now I'm locked into Stubborn this. Trying to farm those Belcher players. Why? Glimpse, sure. Another glimpse off the top. Yep. So that's supposed to fetch and shock there. This would be 7, 8, 9. So no, doesn't matter. The reason to not fetch is it gets another land out of my graveyard, which makes it possible that this glimpse or this Mind Funeral could kill me. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 lands out of my deck. Street Wraith. That, I've got Dismember in my yard, and I've got Thoughtseize. So we've got 2 Blood Crypts, 2 Watery Graves, Grave, Blood Crypt. So this should have targets. Yep. Is there any way that I can play around Surgical Extraction as their last card? I think I'm just supposed to go for it. If it's Surgical, that means that it's not like a mill spell. You got it. Who needs cards in hand or library? All right. Game 3. I haven't seen, what's the draw spell? Visions of Beyond? I haven't seen Visions of Beyond or Drown in the Lock. So, like, if I don't see those, Nihil's Spellbomb gets a lot worse. Not that I really have any great replacements for it. Yeah, like, Lurrus is a consideration, but Lurrus is a slow card, and if they're Lurrusing, it means they're not casting, like, Glimpses and Mind Funerals and that stuff. I'll keep this. Got a crab. No crab. Third Gurmag might be a bit much on those, but So they are on Visions of Beyond. Second land, please. So I'd probably counter like a Mesmeric Orb here. I think I'm just letting this one resolve so I can get down Gurmag. Land. Land. Thank you. So let's get Shadow. I only have 2 Snapcasters. I'm not getting those back, so that's fine. Get Gurmag Angler. I've got a push in hand, so get that. Battle Rage isn't the worst draw. Wraiths are okay. Go like that. I actually don't think I'm going double Angler here. I think I'm just passing with 1 Angler. So this is kind of like crucial turn point for them. Like, they kind of need to have something big here to stabilize or to pull ahead. So I feel like if I stop this turn, I'm in the driver's seat. Metaphorically. See. Burn enables Shadow, Mill enables Gurmag. Both matchups are a buy. I mean, you saw what happened against Burn, right? Trying to unlock my Gurmag. Something. This is the turn where they need to find something to turn it around. Getting Gurmag off the board would have been a good start. Instead, we're gonna do things. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Second Gurmag. And like, I'm not gonna crack this fetch ever. If they've got archive traps, I'm gonna leave them dead in hand. They're going to have to feel to ruin me. So I know they've got an Ancestral, or Visions of Beyond, basically Ancestral, in hand, which is kind of dead right now. And we're just going to crack in with Gurmag Anglers. Like, opponent, it's up to you to answer both of these Gurmags and mill us out. Through Stubborn Denial, another Gurmag if you kill these 2. Ha ha ha. Where's Crab People when we need them? They never draw them when you have removal, but when you don't have removal, they see like 7 of them. It's pretty impressive, honestly. I feel like this is Grixis white over Esper red. Well, if we look at like the breakdown of the cards in the deck, let me pull it up. So 2 Battle Rage, 1 Alpine Moon is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 red cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 white. So I guess where Steven had it last night with 3 Lingering Souls, where I've got like 2k command, 2k return. It was definitely Esper white last night. Today, probably closer to Grixis white. Or it was Esper red last night. Definitely closer to Grixis red today. Grixis white. God. Naming things is tough. Yorion. So probably like Niv to light, in which case his hand's pretty bad. His hand's worse. Please tell us your consideration about the white. What is good and bad matchups? Sure. So most of the white power comes from the sideboard cards. Having access to like Path to Exile is unconditional removal. Celestial Purge to interact with like prowess creatures, Blood Moon, annoying cards like that. The Teferis in the main give you the ability to like protect your shadows during combo turns a little bit better, as well as having the ability to give that big tempo swing from like bouncing one of your opponent's plays and then dropping one of your own threats. So double Rens will take Omnath. Calling it Esper and not playing Ranger Captain just seems wrong. Well, I've talked about it a little bit on stream before. Like, I don't think Ranger Captain is a good card in Shadow decks. Because if you're playing Ranger Captain, you're playing it at the soonest on turn 3. Which means that you're not playing a Shadow until turn 4. And if half of your primary threat plan involves casting a shadow on turn 4, you're like missing out on the entire strength of being a shadow deck, which is getting a quick threat down that outsizes a lot of your opponent's threats and is able to provide a lot of pressure very quickly. Like, I think Ranger Captain was extremely good in the old Mardu shadow list because you were able to Faithless looting it away and like unearth it on turn 2 plus get a shadow down. Like, that was fantastic. Picked up a Kaya's Guile and an Assassin's Trophy. Yuck. Like, I guess to me personally, Ranger Captain's not a reason to go white. Because you have to go, like, heavy, heavy white to support Ranger Captain. Which means you reduce your consistency with, like, double black spells earlier. Like, double Hand Disruption. As well as, like, blue. Which, Stubborn Denial is a pretty big reason to play Shadow. Alright, so let's get Teferi down here. And I guess we're just going to bounce this bird. Like, it's not great, but it's the tempo swing that I'm looking for. It's like if my opponent down takes Ren on this Teferi, sure. And I'm able to like find a Thoughtseize or a Stubborn Denial or something to protect this Shadow, then I might be able to Battle Rage for lethal like next turn. Something like that. Alright. Please be light on removal. Please be light on removal. That is not light on removal, opponent. See, I mean, it's not terrible if we can back it up with a turn 2 Gurmag, but I feel like there's better things in turn 3 Ranger. Are you saying that turn 3 Ranger is acceptable if you've got turn 3 Ranger after a turn 2 Gurmag Angler? Because I feel like in that scenario, you just have a turn 2 Gurmag Angler. Why do you need a turn 3 Ranger? That's like turn 2, I've got a 5/5 that can hit my opponent in the face, and then I'm just following it up with like a vanilla 3/3 that's not doing a whole lot for me. Let's see. Did I die to Yorion? I mean, I was dying to Assassin's Trophy, right? But I dismembered because I was thinking about playing out the Shadow and then decided if I did that, I was dying to Ren down tick, Yorion bounce the Ren, or second Ren down tick. Just wasn't a lot of stuff going on there. See, good point, but I was just saying if we're playing Shadow and have no real threat by turn 4, we're probably behind. I agree. Which is why I'm saying, like, I'm not a fan of Ranger Captain, because it doesn't fix that issue. Like, Ranger Captain's the kind of card that if you're playing it in a Shadow deck, you want to like interact heavily the first 3 or 4 turns and then drop like a Ranger Captain on turn 5, get a Shadow, play a Shadow with a stub backup or something. But that means hitting land number 5 on turn 5, which is horrible. Also means you have to hit land 3 on like turn 3, which is a little rough. You don't really want to be that flooded a lot of the times. Let's see. Purge is good. So Purge hits Renin 6, Niv, is there any Omnath? So I guess when I think of Purge, I think of it like hitting their slower, clunkier cards. And if like they're resolving those things, that I'm not in a great position anyway. So I think if I have the choice, I would rather ignore ignore some of those cards and focus on like interacting on the stack or interacting with the hand. But if you got a suggestion on what to cut for Purge, I would be all ears, because I would gladly admit to being wrong to that one. But I guess like what I'm saying is I don't think that Ranger Captain is a bad card. I just don't think it's a reason to be going like into white for your shadow deck. I think if you're already like heavy white, sure, throw a Ranger Captain in there, see what happens, but I'm not too keen on the idea of just like playing or adding a couple white cards and then just adding like this double white turn 3 spell. Honestly, I think that's kind of the issue with Esper, is it doesn't really have a reason to go Esper. It's got like some good cards here and there, but nothing that just screams like this is your reason for doing this. Did you draw Dreadbore? God. Opponent. So their draws were Basic Mountain Dreadbore. Man, I wish Magic had an online simulator that was automated and wasn't just standard. Do you mean like a way to just like goldfish decks, or what's the end goal there? I mean, a way to play online? You mean like a program that lets you play Magic the Gathering in an online setting? Maybe at a computer or something in front of people on the internet? They added Yorion to hand. They've got this Fatal Push, which is a little bit annoying. I mean, it exists, but the only automated version of it is Arena. Do you mean like a version you don't have to like manually tap cards, like tap lands and spells and stuff? Then you don't have to keep track of everything. The game does it for you. I guess I also am slightly confused there. Like, I'm trying to figure out what the yeah. No, like, we're just trying to understand where you're coming from. I want to learn. I want to know. Second Omnath. Well, opponent, let me introduce you to my good friend Snapcaster Mage. I just love that they're like dead set on getting this Omnath into fetch land into Yorion Omnath thing. Like, opponent, I guarantee you could have just like played Yorion and there's a decent chance we're dying to it. I'm talking something like MTG Arena, but for other formats besides Standard. Alright, so I get that part. I'm still confused as to, like, the automated side of it. Like, what about Arena is automated differently? Do you mean, like, the auto tapper for mana and stuff like that? Or... That's the only part I'm confused on. Like, automatically keep track of stuff. Because when I think of automatically keep track of stuff, I'm thinking of, like, well, Magic Online's keeping track of life totals. It's keeping track of the graveyard and exile and everything. It's keeping track of what I've seen out of their hand. If a creature is assigned lethal damage, it puts it in the graveyard automatically. So I'm just trying to figure out what I'm missing on that aspect. Yeah, triggers get put on the stack, and it makes you assign them in order. Yorion? Really specific mana tapping for Yorion? See, I mean, when there's a pandemic going on that prevents you from physically going and playing Magic, it's kind of a good thing to have. So, bring to light for Verdict. Sure. Yeah, like, that's still the part. Like, I've played Arena a decent bit, and I know that Arena's got, like, the auto tapper for the mana, and, like, shows your opponent's hand and all that. Maybe, like, the automatic skipping through phases. But, like, you can always set your stops and yield to whatever. Alright. Maybe this isn't a Battle Rage matchup. Always feels like they have a ton of removal. I agree, but there wasn't really anything else that I wanted to bring in over Battle Rage. Like, maybe Brutality would have been better. But that's, like, the only other card. And I felt like I needed to take advantage of getting a threat down and ending the game quickly. Because their late game is just so much better than ours. But I could be wrong. Lingering Souls. Why you do this to me? Why do you taunt me with these spells? Is that Dito list, Yorion Niv? I mean, Yorion's been like a staple in the Niv to Light decks for a while now, hasn't it? Like since before the Uro ban. I feel like it's kind of been that way for a few months now. Oh man, Nikachu. Oh no. Oh no. All right. We're going to turn one stub of Vial and see what happens. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Get out of here, Aether Vial, please. All right, so let's see what we've got on top. Thoughtseize. We'll Inquisition them to see if we want to keep Thoughtseize on top or not. We do have second Vial. So maybe I want to take like Lord here, draw Thoughtseize, Thoughtseize Master, play Shadow. I like that. The other option, we could Fatal Push into turn just to get Gurmag Angler, but I don't think it's worth it. Let's get Hallowed Fountain. No, we gotta get Black Source. So we gotta get Blood Crypt. Alright, that's good. That means I can cast all of my stuff that I want to cast. Harbinger of the Tides. So we could take Harbinger, play Shadow Gurmag, let him hit with the Biomancer. Almost faked myself out there. Didn't mean to click. See. Gotta love when Burn brings in Rest in Peace versus you and draws 2. That's what I always say about Burn. Like, they spend a lot of time just, like, drawing and playing cards that don't really matter. Especially post-board. Am I supposed to cycle and look for anything? Probably fine. we know Regery unknown. Now Regery 2 unknown. Your fish over there, fish. So this attack means that Shadow by itself is lethal on the crackback. Don't show them the fountain, hide the secret tech from the world. I mean, at the moment, we do just look like Esper, straight up Grixis Shadow. Opponent has no reason to suspect Teferi's roaming around or Path to Exiles. Alright. So no... Trickster, sure. I've got to attack because if I don't, they get to tap it down with the Regery anyway. You just draw like double Lord or something. Yep. Alright. So many Lords. Paths are great. Brutalities are okay. K returns are great. K command is okay. So maybe something like that. Do I want some number of Teferi? Guess it could be okay. Silvergill. Alright. Just looking for that third land to get Kozilek's Return online. He's got to be looking at this hallowed fountain like, what? Just excuse me? I always love the hesitation when people are thinking about attacking against the shadow deck. Like, am I swinging? Am I not swinging? What's the play here? Multiple redraws. Can't find a red source. Third land in general. Okay. Land has occurred. I'm kind of trying to see if I can get a Lord out of this. Like, sure, hit me. Univault's a little bit of a pain. It could force here. Sure. So if I go shadow, and he goes animate Mutavault, Lord, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 exactly. So does that mean I'm just supposed to K return here? Need like a path here. I think path probably would be my best draw. All right. This is good for me. Do I have to just shadow? I think I do. What do you got? Dead to Landlord Lord. Second Lord would be annoying, but it's not lethal. Also have to think about like how I'm fetching based on what I see. If I'm fetching, because like if I find a fifth land, I kind of want to be in the ability to cast to fairy and then like bounce something and have battle rage. But like if he plays Lord get big attack in here, then I'm probably not able to do that. Alright, Readery. Sure. So we need not a trickster. This island up means stub always for opponent. I mean, Nikachu's like plenty good enough to know that I'm not playing stubborn denial against him post board. So I can't imagine that's like even on the radar. All right. So am I just going for the mistake here? Like he has to block 2 creatures to live through the battle rage. So many lords. Like, he's in such a commanding position, I assume he takes the route of, like, blocking a way that doesn't leave him dead to, like, battle rage plus removal spell. So dead. Dead unless the last card is Spell Pierce or Vapor Snag. No Spell Pierce, Vapor Snag. No Spell Pierce, Vapor Snag. Alright. Game 3. So we saw Mana Leak. Didn't see Spreading Seas. Still don't think I would say Stub is worth it. Especially on the draw where we can't hit a Vial on turn 1. Maybe the extra Teferi is worth it. But it'd have to be over like Street Wraith. Alpine Moon for Mutavault. Now we're talking. Now it's coming together. Or maybe like that, since he showed Relic. Alpine Moon because opponent plays lands. Yeah. Take dude, kill violent dude. Dark Jeskai Shadow. Feels a little bit more than Dark Jeskai, right? Since we're like predominantly black. Alright. Bobble number 1. Bobble number 2. Bobble them. See what they're drawing into. Mutavault. Bobble us to see what kind of answer we're finding. Snapcaster. Inquisition. Threads of Disloyalty. Oh, man. Threads of MFN Disloyalty. Threads of Disloyalty, chat. Threads of Disloyalty. Alright, what's my plan? Simic Splashing Mardu, cutting green. Simic Splash Mardu, hold the lettuce. Alright. So we know everything in hand. If I'm going to get Threads of Disloyalty, it has to be off of Thoughtseize, but I don't think I really care about Threads. So let's go Thoughtseize. Try to force the action on the Mana Leak. Yep, and dismember the Biomancer. So we could snap Inquisition, but I don't think we need to. I know his hand is Threads Unknown. So let's get all of our colors online. Maybe I am just supposed to snap Inquisition because, like, I know it has a target. Alright. And like the only removal spell in my yard right now is Dismember. I don't really want to snap Dismember. Alright. So Threads, unknown. And now I can K command, get back Snapcaster. Turn Snapcaster, you discard. Third mana leak. Alright. Dark Jeskai was just so cool and standard that it deserves the name. I did play that deck a lot and really loved it. Sure. I will gladly exile a card. Yeah, we called it Jeskai Black as well. Alright, deck. We out here looking for a threat. Gurmag. Not a Gurmag. Not the worst. Does kill a Mutavault. Alright. That one. Play around fourth mana leak. Is this still a Merfolk deck versus a Death Shadow deck? Not really at this point. This is clearly Merfolk Control versus Shadowless Death Shadow. Can't play out the Shadow because of the known threads of disloyalty in hand. I'm just so excited I get to say that. That one. Yep. So looking for not necessarily that, but more something that like takes a Threads of Disloyalty out of hand or does something about it when it comes down. Like, I'm honestly not sure if I'm supposed to be treating Threads of Disloyalty like a removal spell or a win condition at the moment. Bench was right about stuff. Don't tell him that. I'll never hear the end of it. Like, this is turn 13 of Shadow versus Merfolk. This is uncharted territory. So that's a removal spell, Threads, okay. Told you to play sub. Well, if we win this game, I'm saying I didn't need it. Like, what are the odds he's got the third copy of Threads of Disloyalty? Honestly, probably pretty high. My friend playing humans, lose to him in the 5K. He did not expect Cryptic Command from Pikachu. See, I wouldn't expect Cryptic Command, but like Brazen Borrower, some form of counter magic, those are all pretty standard, right? At least Pikachu and his audience get to observe every land in your deck. Maybe get some feedback on your deck. Fingers crossed. But no, like, I seem to remember a burn deck that didn't see as many lands as we're currently seeing. And we run fewer lands than burn does. Oh, heck yeah. You die. Yeah, bench. Get wrecked. Your opinion's terrible and you should feel terrible. Who needs stubborn denial? Oh! GG's. GG's indeed. Who needs stubborn denial? Alright, what do we think of that league? Our losses were to Burn and 5-colored Niv. I'm not stubborn enough. Maybe I'm too stubborn. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe too stubborn on not having stubborn in the deck. Alright. Thoughts on the deck after that leak? God. Okay. Mana did look rough a few times. I agree. I guess the bright side of Teferi is you don't really need to worry about white until your third land. So I probably should have taken that into consideration more often. Like, when you look at Grixis, there's a lot of times where you have the opportunity to get red with your second land, but you think, no, I'm just going to get double Watery Grave because I probably don't need the red yet because I don't have the Battle Rage. And it's probably the same kind of thing with Teferi, like just not fetching up Godless Shrine or Hallowed Fountain until you get your third land and just going off of that base Grixis pile until then. Double blue for Snapcaster was rough that league. Because I feel like a lot of times we were getting like Watery Grave into Godless Shrine into Blood Crypt or something and just didn't have double blue for our third land. The sideboard path was pretty good. I don't think Celestial Purge came up that league. Is the white worth it? I don't know. Like, we saw Teferi really shine against Spirits. Like, single-handedly won that game, too, just about. Did we play it any other games? I think we played it once or twice besides that. Like, we played it against 5-color Niv, and it didn't matter. It didn't really do anything. So, it might be one of those cards where if we can find a clean board out for Teferi in the matchups where it's not worth it, then it gets a little bit better. What was it? A 3-2? Yeah, it was a 3-2. Beat Nikachu for the cash. God. I do really wonder if we should just be playing, like, 5-color good stuff Shadow. Like, is that Shadow's Fire design play? Maybe you only want 2 Teferi, 3 in the deck seems like a lot. It's possible. Exactly. Just say, like, if you got Blood Moon, you got Blood Moon. But we're going to play, like, Shadow, Snapcaster, Tarmogoyf, Stubborn Denial, Path. Just fade the Field of Ruin matchups. Right. But, like, look at the decks we're losing to. Like, 5-color Niv, where it's just 5-color good stuff. But their entire deck is removal spells. Like, that loss to Niv, how much different would it have been if we had, like, Veil of Summers in our board? So let's see. What if we went... What are the Tarmogoyfs we have? Think white is not worth it to play 5-color? I don't know. I thought Path to Exile was pretty good. So if we went like Veil in the board, but maybe it's something along the lines of like non-white in the main, board into white. Let's see. I love that version, Josh Utter Layton. Let's see. Do you have the list? GG, I have no idea where we're going with this list. We were running Gurmags in the last league instead of Tarmogoyf and like 3 Teferis in the main, and it was crazy. Apparently, we're we're gonna try a fire design shadow list and just like throw every busted card in the last year in there. Yeah, so this is Utter Layton's list. It's yeah, this is just Jund with white. There's no blue in this at all. Trying to make Luris, Arcanist, Croxa. He said Luris twice with two different spellings. How are you going to say Luris twice with two different spellings? And he played against Nikachu in the finals. What a coincidence. It's a sign. This is what we need to be doing. Alright, so Shadow Goyf is our primary threats. Sure. I think we're going to go blue primarily in the main. Sideboard into like blue, black, green primary in the main. With a splash of red for Battle Rage. Sideboard into the white. Because if we play against like a Shadow Mirror, we want Path and Veil. We don't want Battle Rage. So we can drop down on the red. Me and Bam have been working on a nutty shadow list for this weekend. Do you want to give any sort of hints to it? I don't want to pry if it's under wraps. But I'm looking for what I'm going to play this weekend and haven't decided on like anything yet. Let's see what we got. Alright, Luris is a companion. Shadow, Swift Spear, Scourge, Goyf. Bobble, Dismember, Battle Rage, Thoughtseize. The Stubbs. So Jund Shadow, or the Jund Luris base, Splashing Blue for Stubborn Denial. Rejection and fourth stub out of the board. Veil, Trophy, Brutality, Glamour, Unravel, Split, K Command, K Return. It's honestly just Jund Luris Shadow that can actually beat Tron. Tron has been such a nightmare recently. Like, I feel like every time I run through a league, I run up against it in some number, and not having, like, Blood Moon out of the Rakdos decks anymore is, And I hate Cleansing Wildfire. It's the only deck I'm consistently losing to. Same. I think it's like Tron and 5-color Niv have been like 75% of my losses in the last 2 weeks. Alright guys, I think we're going to run this through a league. I think it looks pretty sweet. Let's see. What better way to decide if a deck is up to par than to run it? Why are we like halfway? Oh, I made it a wish. Why did I make it a wish list? We've been going back and forth on Breeding Pool and whether it's terrible or not. Breeding Pool is a weird one. Like, I like Breeding Pool 65% of the time. And it's usually a little rough in like the heavier red versions. I'm usually going Stomping Ground in these. Breeding Pool does pair extremely well with Blood Crypt. So being able to go turn 1 crit, turn 2 breeding pool, just unlocking all of your colors is really nice. But I don't know if that's necessarily enough of a reason to play it, especially if you don't think you need the blue until like turn 3. Let's see. Got to run some Scourges because I just refuse to buy that card at like 40 ticks a piece. I've got to pick up a Deglamor. No, come back. Why won't you give me cards for my money? Tried to build a Lurrus Grixis shell for so long, but it's just so hard to turn on Scourge plus Stub in the same deck. Agree with that. It's kind of like one of those things that's come up several times. People have asked about in previous streams. And any time that like Scourge in Grixis gets brought up, the only thing I can talk about is how absolutely terrible it feels to turn 1 bolt your opponent is your only way of getting Scourge on, if they're on like Tron or Amulet Titan or something like that. And like Swift Spear and Stubborn Denial just don't play well together. All right, so this, let me organize a little bit better so we can see everything. Veil has really been overperforming for me recently. So if you're ever like on the fence about a sideboard slot, that card is pretty nuts. All right, let's update Stream Decker. I know I'm missing chat for half a second. I apologize. Don't hate me. Come on, Stream Decker. What do you mean name uses banned words? Stream Decker, you're such a pain. Alright. So what did I miss? Pike, 4-color, always has mana problems. It just depends on the variant of 4-color. Like, some can be pretty consistent. Some are a little off the wall. Let's just play 5 color for Faith Shield. Let's see. Heart you for playing the list, though. I have to go for a bit, but I'll pop back in later. I think it's nuts, though. Hope you do well. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. Bam. Heard you're trying out this masterpiece. Absolutely am. Getting ready to start this league here. Just updating stream title and everything. Making sure I give everybody credit. All right, update, and now we go. Gotta go. Good luck. Appreciate it. I'll let you know how it goes and any thoughts we have. All right. So we're playing the this 4-color list that GG and Bam threw together, and we're gonna see what is going on with it. If there's any thoughts, concerns, what the mana base looks like. We saw or we heard the concern about whether or not breeding pool is necessary in the deck. So first looks, kind of the Rakdos shell with Scourge of the Skyclave, Shadow, Thoughtseize, Monastery Swiftspear, 4 bolts, splashing green, which we've seen a lot of recently for Tarmogoyf, and then an additional splash of blue off of a Watery Grave for 3 copies of Stubborn Denial. In the sideboard, 2 more, or another Stubborn Denial, 2 Ceremonious Rejection. Really big help against Tron, which is showing up like everywhere recently. 2K return for the Oriok Champion, Menaces. K commands, another hate piece for Tron, as well as good in the grindy matchups. Get back threats, get those discards, Assassin Trophy, yet again, fantastic against Tron. Also just unconditional removal. Unravel the Aether and D Glamour, Tron, Artifact, Enchantment, Hate, Veil of Summer for the Mirrors, anything interactive, Collective Brutality for Burn, and Luris as our companion. So let's go ahead and jump into our first league. See how it goes. Sorry, Nikachu. Alright. So baffling that suddenly Goyf is a hot card again. I don't know if I'd say that it's ever not been popular in the circles that have always played it. But, I mean, for however many months Uro's been around, you could play Goyf, or you could play or pay 1 more mana, get a Goyf that can come back if it dies, draws you a card, gains you life, puts a land into play. And so it's like, oh yeah, if I get all that for 1 more mana. And it's usually just like bigger than Goyf. So I want to say the first big thing I like about this list is the fact, let me pull up the list here. It's the fact that you're not running like Seal of Fire or Tar Fire or any of these like little, in my opinion, bad cards just to turn on make Tarmogoyf bigger. Like, I think all those cards are pretty bad. Never got to try Uro's Shadow. I did. I played Uro as a one-of in the sideboard of a 4-color Shadow for a few leagues, just like for the heck of it. Alright. Same for the Peat land being a cute land, right? Opponent on land pass, eh? Alright. I'm not going to go too aggressive on their life total. Like, if they're a shadow deck, I'm going to let them do some of the heavy lifting on their own. It could just be like a Delver deck. Island Serum Visions isn't usually what you expect out of Shadow, especially after, like, no turn 1 play. Sure, Seal of Fire is more justifiable with Lurrus as a companion, but I think we can all agree that it's, like, still just a subpar card, right? Like, outside of the fact that you can buy it back, there's just next to no reason to play Seal of Fire over a Lightning Bolt, or even Seal of Fire over, like, a Fatal Push. Yep. Alright, second land. Second land is online to a degree. There's probably a good chance they've got like a Fatal Push or something, or a Mana Leak. Logic Knot, whatever. You're lucky I don't have my Simian Spirit Guide opponent. Traverse was always the worst card in Traverse Shadow. Situationally. I mean, like, Traverse as a way to find a lot of your really good one-ofs was really solid. Calm down, opponent. It's just a game. I don't care about Jace. I don't really care about the Snapcasters. K-Command's annoying. I think I'm going to take Archmage's Charm just because I want to make sure if I find a green source that I can resolve this Tarmogoyf. So they can snap Logic Knot. But I guess if I find a green source, I go for Tarmogoyf. If they snap Logic Knot, I can soft stub the Logic Knot. Is this the first game? Yes. Game 1 of match 1. And unfortunately, our opponent's got a pretty stacked grind hand. And we missed our third land drop. You should be able to delve to pay for stub. How nice that would be, right? Green source. Not a green source. So we're just adding Lurrus here. Cryptic Command, bounce my Watery Grave. Alright. perfect mana. We'll see. So we're through both of the K commands. That's something. So they have second copy of Jace. Like, it's a little rough because we've been kind of right on the edge of getting back in this, but just like not finding lands in time. And I think at this point it's just too late. So I don't think I'm even going to show them the green going into game 2. Alright, K return's great, or K command's great, Veil's great, the extra stub is great, brutality is an option, battle rages are bad, can trim on pushes, they've got Snapcaster, they might have something like Tassiger. We're going to go like that. Depending on Grixis control, that's what it looks like. So their opening hand was just like all 2-for-1s. All right. Just need to find second land. Yep. Swift Spear's not going to do it. So let's get Overgrown Tomb and God. Deck, if you're one turn sooner, I would have felt pretty solid about that. Being one land or one turn too late on that land is a pretty big deal. 17 or 18 lands? 19 actually. And it just kind of shows like the power of curving out. Like, if you're not hitting your 2-drop on curve, that's a really big cost. And we're certainly not out of it if we can find lands to start getting more of our spells going. Like, we can all pretty well guess they have a counterspell here, but I've got to fight through this stuff eventually. Mire Triton. Okay. So this is kind of the we might be able to find a way back into this spot. So let's kill Jace. Play Shadow. Are we Inquisitioning and playing Shadow? I think I like Inquisitioning first. K-Command Valky. So if we take Valky, play Shadow, they can K-Command us. If we take K-Command... Yeah, I think it's take K-Command, play Shadow. Kind of like give them this one turn to find a removal spell for Shadow, or we get to untap with multiple pieces of interaction. Alright. Luris in hand. I believe we are going to do the same. Luris plus Jace. This isn't even target. Oh my god. This doesn't target. So I need to find a K command. I think that's like best draw here. So I can get back Jace next turn. What is the purpose of this card? Okay. Would have been significantly better last turn. But it's something. So like K-Command shoot their Luris, gets our Luris back. So let's pass here on their upkeep. We'll get Mountain, K-Command, shoot Luris, return Scourge. Whereas, I guess Goyf is just bigger, but no, Scourge is just going to get bigger in the long run. So shoot Luris, get back Scourge. All right. Discard second Mire Triton. Shrink Shadow, sure. This is their Luris. This whole Valky not targeting thing. Super annoying. Alright, deck. We're not supposed to be the control deck here. That's them. I'm not 100% sure what opponent's deck is designed to beat, but it's definitely kicking our ass. Like, if I had seen any more creatures than Snapcaster game one, we could have, like, left in pushes, left in the extra bolt. Return something. But we just did not see those cards. And the answer is... Yep. Did not see Valky Mire Triton game one. That was rough. I believe the term is we got memed. Agreed completely. Like, super happy for opponent, like you mentioned, that they that their deck worked out. I don't think this is a deck that I'm planning on preparing for in the future. So I'm okay with the results there. I suspect this is their list. Let's see. Oh, over here. Grixis. Which one of these? Take a look in a second. Ooh, Eggy Benny. We rated Eggy Benny on their 24-hour stream that I believe was wrapping, or that was getting started when we were wrapping up our 12-hour Shadow Watch stream. Way back in like January. Alright, let's see. This list. Come over here. Luris, Jace, Valky. So they saw like multiple copies of all of their 2-ofs. They saw 2 Jaces, 2 Valkys, and 2 Mire Tritons. This is so many 2 and 3 ofs. Oh my god. Like, look at the board. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. They don't even have a 15th card in their sideboard. 77 cards. So they're over in the main, or like 2 of these in the main supposed to be in the board, or... Oh my god, I'm so confused. Grixis dies to burn control. So their main deck... Oh, they got Lurrus as a companion. Okay. So that's 15 in the board, which still means they're running 62 in the main. Alright. Yeah, bam, good call. Was Lurrus in the board. So if I'm getting Blood Crypt off of here... I'm getting, like, Overgrown Tomb off of this, or I can get Blood Crypt, but I can't get Watery Grave off of this. What if I get Stomping Ground? I could go Stomping Ground into Watery Grave and have all my colors covered. Alright, so let's go with that. Let's get Stomping Ground, Swift Spear. Opponent did mulligan to 4, which means they probably have Natural Tron or like second Tron land plus Sylvan Scrying. Thrag Daddy. Their second Tron land. Alright. So we are prepared. This gets Watery Grave. We hit our opponent with this Swift Spear, and we'll play Thrag Tusk. We'll play Scourge. They'll play Thrag Tusk eventually. Alright. Do we think they kept a 4 with Natural Tron Sphere? They did. Natural Tron Sphere. Yeah, like the hope was that they wouldn't have the Natural Tron there and would get in an attack with Scourge. But as we see, that didn't quite play out according to plan. Ramo, how's it going? Oh, I missed a follow. T Sales 50, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming by and hanging out. All right, what do we got? Sphere, okay. Like if I get to untap without staring down another large Tron piece this turn, I feel a little bit better. Okay. Not feeling so better. Feeling slightly worse. But we'll see. Blast Zone might be a A little bit of a game breaker for us. Alright, so I can go Swiss Spear. Am I trying to attack into this worm coil? And just like go ahead and try to get it off the board? It's not. So I just want to clarify that opponents' Mole to 4 turned into Natural Tron, Thragtusk on 3, Worm Coil on 4 with a Blast Zone. Just so we know where we're standing here. This mountain doesn't look good. It's tough to say. Like, it certainly hadn't been a great mountain. So opponent just pops Blast Zone here and kills us. Yep. It hadn't been a great mountain. I don't know how necessary or not that it is. Like, basic forest could be better there. But I don't know for sure. Alright, Tron. We've got a lot of stuff to bring in for Tron. Or at least consider bringing in. I think, like, Stub and Ceremonious are no-brainers. And I think Trophy is a no-brainer. Once you get farther down, it kind of depends on how many board outs. I know I don't want Dismember. I know I don't want Fatal Push. So that's 3 spots left. I'm kind of in the camp of something like this. The forest is about as bad as Breeding Pool. It's tough to make it good. Yeah, like, with 4 color, especially when you're wanting, like, red on 1, into green on 2, into blue on 3, the mana base is going to be tough, however you look at it. Pollinator can finally play Death Shadow in Arena. Today is a plus day. I know I saw Croxy messing around with a Shadow build on Arena earlier. And I wouldn't mind seeing how that was going for him. And coming in with the sub. Thank you so much. Welcome to the subscribers. Enjoy access to our sweet custom Death Shadow emotes. All made by a local digital artist over here. So you get to have emotes that nobody else has access to. You know what would be really good right here would be Breeding Pool. Not that that's a reason to run it, just it would be good. Alright, so what are you drawing into? Sanctum of Ugin. Alright. Wilt, Ballista, second Tron land. So we're taking Ballista or Tron land? Or not Tron land. I'd love to take Tron land. Ballista or Wilt. I think it's just Wilt to stop an extra draw. Scourge looking not at its greatest here. Alright, so we get K-Command live for what that's worth. Instead of banning Urzalands, maybe they should make them hits from Thoughtseize and Inquisition. I don't think they should ban Urzalands. I think they should make Tower tap for 2 like the others. I do get the mountain a ton. Alright. So their hand is Sanctum, Ballista, Karn, Unknown. If I K-Command 2 to them, make them discard. The downside is that I don't have a way to deal with like Ensnaring Bridge, but I think I just have to get one of my threats online. I even upped the fetch count. I'm just terribly unlucky when it comes to lands. Okay. So, let's get what down? Scourge, Goyf. They can play a 2/2 Ballista and shoot the Scourge. They can play Karn, like go get Bridge or something. We will not reveal that we have drawn another basic. But this is why I have to play Shadow variants with Street Wraith. It's like I need to lower life aggressively. I think this is a sign that they drew Sylvan Scrying. Yep. Like, adding Lurrus is fine there, but Lurrus isn't doing anything for me either. Like, Lurrus get back Scourge isn't getting me through Bridge. I guess I could be bobbling. That's probably fair. Alright. So bolt myself. Shadow kill Karn. Tarmogoyf hit them. I can bolt myself, hit them for 9 down to 4. I can hit them for 6 and bolt Karn. I guess hit for 6, bolt Karn is like long-term best. Let's see. Like, I bolt myself, Shadow gets potentially too big for Ensnaring Bridge. Well, like, it allows Shadow to attack under Bridge if they literally didn't draw anything else. So that's a very narrow ask. Yeah, I do agree that I think Karn should have gotten something bigger than Bridge. Do they just have something bigger than Bridge? Okay. So that kills Bridge. I need to find, like, one more piece of interaction, though. How much am I diversifying CMC here? Start by seeing what they've got off the top. Forest is fine. So I think I want to Scourge here and play this other Shadow. I gotta make this Blast Zone like as bad as I can. Do I just need to, like, trophy the Blast Zone and fade a draw? Let's think. I know that the forest off the top is dead. So if I pass the turn, let them draw, I know it's nothing that's impacting the board. I can still trophy the bridge. So it's probably fine. Yeah. I'll let him do the blast zone. Yeah, I think so, unfortunately, because if he's blowing up Luris, he's not blowing up, like, any of our actual threats here. Alright, that should do it. He gets Forest. I end of turn trophy the ensnaring bridge. Go to my turn. Yep, go ahead. And fetch, attack all. He blocks Scourge, he dies by a lot. He blocks a Shadow, he dies by a lot. Alright. Game 3. So extra K command definitely coming in. Board out. Let's board out one of these Scourges. They looked like really bad that game, right? Math is for blockers. I mean, like, we had him dead regardless of how he blocked, so as long as we knew that part, we were good. Not sure why he took that blast zone, actually. Just made it worse for him. I mean, I'm guessing he was planning on, like, taking blast zone up to 3. And then pick a turn where he could, like, end a turn, pop blast zone, kill Luris, kill his own bridge, untap, have access to attacking with Worm Coil plus, like, something else. Opponent on the mole to 4. So we're going to pass with Stubborn Denial. Hopefully we can, like, soft stub a Sylvan Scrying or something. Opponent always playing around it. Love to see de-glamour a Worm Coil. You and me both. Yeah, I think I'm soft stubbing this. Alright, so let's fetch shock, stomping ground, bolt ourselves, play shadow. Is that better than trophy? What are the odds they have Tron in hand? YOLO. %. I like those odds. Got another Ancient Stirrings. Ha 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 ha. All right. I'm pretty incentivized to just, like, go ahead and trophy one of these lands so that they can't just top deck Tron. So I think I am going to do that draw step. I think they started off with mine. How do you always draw it? It's a skill. People just don't know how good I am at drawing the cards I don't need to be drawing. You should see me in Vintage Cube Reanimator. Like, I'll top deck every reanimate target ever. But not the reanimate spells. I guess I should have specified that portion of it. Get double green. I don't think it matters. Alright, what you doing with Mine Forest? Hope it doesn't involve ensnaring bridge. So that's 4 games, and we've drawn basic mountain, what, 3 times? 3 of those games? Is that approximately right? Did somebody call the Death Dweller? I saved that image, by the way. We've got this lovely shot from the stream yesterday. I've officially been memed. All right, what do we got? Caplamoro. Oh, I'm aware it was your masterpiece. I am well aware. God, what are the odds of drawing a land? So we've got 3, 6, 7, 53 cards, 18 lands left, is little under 1 and 3. Mishra's Bauble, draw for the next turn. So seeing 2. So 67-ish %. YOLO. We're testing the upper limits. Gonna make that like my computer background so y'all have to see it all the time. Oh, let me minimize my screen and just Michael, call Death Dweller. Alright, opponent mold to 5. Could be another Tron player. No, no, no! I misclicked. No. No. Moto. Why hast thou betrayed me? It is a Tron player. Does that count as a punt if it's like a misclick? It's like, here's this thing that I totally wouldn't have done in paper, but because we're playing online, I have accomplished it. Well, Drazitron. Oof. We have been jebaited. Only a half punt. I'll take that. I don't know if I can enter that in my punt count, so I'm gonna need to like fill it up with a full punt. Ballista for 3. All right. So Natural Tron, Chalice, Ballista. K commands, trophies. Stub and rejections. Board out some pushes. Let's see. Do something like that. All right, what do we got? So it's a very interactive hand that just needs like a Scourge or a Shadow, especially off the top. So this needs to get Blood Crypt. So Tronland. A whole bunch of things we don't necessarily care about. Got it. Pick up second power plant. All right. I don't really want to use use a rejection on one of these matter reshapers. But I guess if we're going to draw mono Thought Seizes, it's probably not the worst idea. But I do need to find a threat, like pronto. And the downside of like getting Overgrown Tomb for Assassin's Trophy is I lose blue for Ceremonious Rejection. If I get blue for Rejection, I lose green for Trophy. Which is kind of like why I'm trying to delay this fetch for as long as I possibly can. Alright, so their hand is second Reshaper, Spatial Contortion. Death Ray, Ben, how's it going? Matter Reshaper flips Matter Reshaper. As is tradition. All right. This is something. Just getting off work and about to head home. I guess it is about that time, isn't it? Well, we're over here trying not to get Matter Reshaper Tribal out of the game. It's not working so well. So you can discard. We'll get rid of Reshaper number 1. So we've got Spatial Contortion, Eldrazi Temple in hand. Or Eldrazi Temple in the field now. Alright. We need a threat. Preferably one that doesn't say Scourge of the Skyclaves. Opponent, why you do this to me? Opponent, this is why we can't have nice things. Shadow. Shadow off the top. Oh, man. Don't do me dirty, opponent. Finally get rid of the Spatial Contortion. Ooh. All this dust plus Karn. Ballista on 2. You got it. Opponent wanted it more than us. Alright, so 3 matches in. We beat Tron, we lost to Eldrazi Tron, and we lost to Grixis Control with like Valkyries and Jace Vryn's Prodigy and Mire Tritons. So far, the list is interesting. The mana has been really awkward. I've wanted Breeding Pool several times. And Basic Mountain significantly less. But we've also played against 2 of our 3 matches where Scourge has been horrible. So, like, having our 3rd primary threat be uncastable, like, multiple times is really awkward. So, Lurrus v. Lurrus. Well, this is an okay anti-Lurrus hand. Yep. Take push or shadow. I'm going to guess push. See how right I am. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. Also, bam. I'm not saying that I'm cursed, but is this list good? I don't know. This is the first time that I've played this list, so I do not at the moment have a very informed opinion of it. Why do you play every Tron player in the league queue? I wish I had a good answer for that. I really do. Coif, Scourge, Dismember. Let's take Dismember. Get down our Shadow. Because we got to start somewhere on this comeback train. I just don't get it. I don't get it either. Probably shouldn't happen as often as it does. But yet, here we are. So, if they play Scourge here, Fatal Push off the top is lethal for us. That is a legal Magic the Gathering draw that we have. Or we draw Polluted Delta. It was one of the two. I'd like to think it's good, but right now this unfortunate sample size works against us. I mean, it's still good. Like, we've had a little bit of the rough side of variance. I don't really want the extra stub here. Battle Rages are bad. Okay, trimming some Inquisitions and some Swift Spears. Going like this. Bench showing love for the Portuguese people. Love to see it. I'm pretty sure Bench shows love for everybody that's not me. All right. Bench is a Grand Lord European. Is that a fancy way of saying indoctrinated? Alright, opponent. I don't believe that you have a lightning bolt here. You can't convince me otherwise. Also, props to opponent for not cracking the Mishra's Bauble on their turn like everybody seems to want to do. Where's Bench from? Bench is from Canada. So they're drawing Scourge. Pretty good. How has Swifty felt so far? So, I've never been a huge fan of Swift Spear. It's always felt like really subpar to me. I guess the best way of explaining it would be like you're only playing Swift Spear to enable Scourge of the Skyclaves, and I don't feel like that's a good enough reason. Am I trading Swift Spear? I guess with... I don't have to trade if I make this attack right. Like, I can go bolt, bolt to the face and eat the Tarmogoyf. Like, to me, Swift Spear is kind of playing this really underpowered prowess role. Like, we're not a prowess deck, so the odds of actually killing your opponent with a Swift Spear is extremely low if you don't see them in, like, heavy multiples. Like, you do need them for Scourge, but if you're playing a card for the sole purpose of enabling another card, like, that doesn't make the first card good. Alright, what's my plan? What are my attacks? Do I have attacks? Am I double bolting something? Like, Bomat's the same issue. Like, I think, in my opinion, for Shadow to adapt to the current, like, fire design metagame, we can't play cards that are dead or aren't carrying their weight individually. And I think Swift Spear is very much a card in that realm. It's like not a good card individually in this deck. It's just here as a support piece for Scourge. Swift Spear is really good in the list with Mutagenic. Swift Spear needs, like, Mutagenic Become Immense Battle Rage or something to really be a standalone threat outside of Bolt and Prowess decks. But they are literally just playing a bunch of proactive spells. Like, what am I doing right now? I come here to support Mike even if I'm at work making him my background noise. Because that is what he is to me. It's a noise. I'm okay with that. Like, I get to be a noise on Bench's background monitor. That's like the highest honor bestowed to someone in my country. Alright. So, if this is their attack... What's my plan here? What's my block? What's my no block? I could go... Like, what do I get blown out by? Because I don't want to do something like block Goyf and Swift Spear on Shadow, double bolt the Scourge, and have my opponent just go like, bolt you, bolt me. I could block Swift Spear on on Shadow and double bolt the Scourge. I could try to double bolt now to make them use something and then decide blocks. I guess I like that. Double bolt now, make them use whatever they've got if they've got something. And then I can decide my blocks. Because if they have, like, lightning bolt to bolt me. Alright, K command. So this is both modes targeting me. So if I get Flood, or if I get Overgrown Tomb, Veil of Summer, this. Believe that's the play. Overgrown Tomb, Veil of Summer. Alright, so I can double block the Shadow and kill it. I could block Swift Spear on Shadow, Goyf on Scourge, kill the Scourge. I could Alright, so if I do draw the push, I need what to kill them? They'd put Creature in the Yard on the block, so Goyf's a 4/5. So I don't need to play anything else but Goyf and Bolt to kill them with that. So if that's the case, just Swift Spear on Scourge. Draw a push. Oh, we're so whitelisted. Push your Goyf. Bolt you in the face. Attack with Tarmogoyf. I should have thought these for the information, but easy Konami codes. Alright. On to game 3. Let's see what happens. Can't keep this one. Alright. I just bottoming Trophy and keeping the threats. Need to know your code to draw Fatal Push. We'll see if I give out my code, then everybody's going to start using it. And they're just going to be able to catch on that it was me. Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA start. That is, in fact, the Konami code. Take out all the Swift Spears in this matchup. They're worse, much worse than Inquisition. I don't think that's the case because of both Veil of Summer and your opponent's hand disruption spells. That I think Swift Spear is like a slight edge better. It's not a big gap, but I think it's enough of a difference to where I want to keep in Swift Spear. Keep in the 2 Swift Spear, I should say. What's the code to draw basic mountain? Be me. Straight up. That's it. That's all you need to know. Mountain is the glitch in the Matrix. See, David, thank you so much for the follow. Just tuned in and love this chat already. I like to think we have a pretty good chat. They don't bother me too much. So, how hard is opponent representing their own Veil of Summer? So I could pass the turn. If they fetch, I can go to push. I guess go to dismember, and if they veil it, I push. I could try to dismember now, but they could fetch and shock and save it. I can play out Goyf and pass. Probably my best bet. Kind of a try to make my opponent make the first move kind of thing. The power move is to play Shadow. I do like that power move quite a bit. Lures to hand. Okay. Lures to hand plus push. Got it. So we're going to go Shadow Pass. All we need to do is dodge like every removal spell from now until the end of time. So you could Veil, Fetch Shock, trade Shadows. Or he's got another push. These cards are Veil Unknown. It's got Luris here. So I need to find like fetch land for basic swamp. So I can go push, push. Almost. That means we get to go Shadow Pass. All right, opponent. Just attack with both. Easy attack with both. This one. I don't think they got the bolt. I don't think they have it. Opponent's never had a lightning bolt in their life. God. Ah. They were showing me a Luris. I could have showed them multiple fatal pushes. God. Ah. Alright. We're recomposed. We're only drawing good spells this game. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. How's it been? Rough. I think we're 1-3. We beat Tron. We lost to Eldrazi Tron. We lost to some like Grixis control meme pile with Valkies and Mire Tritons and like every removal spell known to man. And we just lost to Jun Scourge in the pseudo mirror. And we've drawn basic mountain in every single match. I think that's been the most impressive part. Been arguing replace Stomping Ground for Breeding Pool, but they both suck. I've wanted Breeding Pool multiple times this league. Alright. Gilded Goose. Mox Amber. So I think I'm just going Watery Grave Inquisition here. And save the Swift Spear for next turn. Because like I don't want my opponent having Emery or something similar. And I'll just save like Swift Spear and a whole bunch of baubles for next turn. Metallic Rebuke, Whir of Invention. So we're a little bit of a ways off triple blue, so let's just take the Rebuke, say go. Meme Trash Verse needs to come back. That deck was pretty fun to play, I'm not gonna lie. Got something to play? Do not. So what might you have that you wanted to play, chose not to? Maybe like a, what's the blue-green dude? Keenan. Alright. The biggest Swift Spear we ever done seen. So rough for me. I started playing Shadow so recently, and it seems like older lists are way cooler. The older list just, like, didn't have restrictions, right? Like, everything was a possibility, and you got to play really sweet cards because you weren't worried about dying to Niv Mizzets and things like that. It seems like a really aggressive block. They just know that they were drawing another Gilded Goose off the top. Saving this last bauble to be able to scry. So, am I going... Am I going for Luris, or am I just thought seizing here? Because, like, they can't currently Whir of Invention. But I guess they can... Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and take Whir. So many Gilded Keys. Alright, Scourge, where are you at? Let's see. Like, once Luris eventually gets banned from Modern down the line, it'll be cool to have a reason to try other Shadow decks. Yeah, like, I think that'll help for sure. I also think that, like, the Luris companion builds are really good, don't get me wrong, but I don't think they're, like, tier 0 necessary. Colby81, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Thursday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming and hanging out with us. So I guess Luris is kind of in that that spot with, like, Birthing Pod, in that it could very well get banned just for being restrictive on what they can print going forward. Don't you dare Metallic rebuke me. Just ban the companion mechanic. I wouldn't mind if they banned companions. Like, I think they're cool, but I don't think it's some, like, untouchable mechanic by any means. What on earth is opponent drawing that they're just, like, not doing anything? Sword of the Meek. You got it. Like, I personally think mechanics are a really cool design space. I do believe that some of them, like Luris, to a lesser extent, Yorion, are just kind of head and heels above every other option. I don't know if I'd say that's enough of a reason to ban any of them, but it is pretty clear that they're like significantly better. I guess Emery is a consideration. Companions are a mistake and shouldn't exist, but I'd be lying if I said Luris isn't my favorite card in Magic right now. It's like the best of the fair cards, right? Unravel could be okay, but I'd like to see more of their deck before I start going too crazy. Because like a good clock plus K-Command, Thoughtseize, like that'll break up Thopter Sword. And I have to board something out. But if they're heavier on like Emery, a lot of those cheaper interactions, and I'd rather have like Fatal Push over Unravel or Declamor. So I'm going to kind of stick with the proactive plan before I start getting too heavy into over sideboarding. Yeah, when you could cast Luris straight from the Companion Zone, that card was easily ban-worthy then. Just want to unravel a Foundry. I hate that card so much. It's not one of my favorite cards either. So I do not blame you for wanting to unravel there. I'm just a big fan of, like, if our opponent has a really difficult time dealing with what we did game 1, I don't want to change that up too much going into game 2. Because I don't know how they're going to answer what we're doing yet. Like, are they a bridge deck? Are they a Emery engineered explosives deck? Bam, where you at? Where you at? Every game. Basic Mountain. It's just staring me down at this point. All right. Decision time already. I can Thoughtseize. It's been every match I've seen it at least once. And some matches multiple times. So I can Thoughtseize into what could be represented Veil of Summer. We saw Breeding Pool game 1, so we know they're on green. We saw the Gilded Gooses. I can Polluted Delta pass, but that means that I can't Lightning Bolt my opponent at the end of their turn. It's the only other... Or I could get Blood Crypt, but, like... That seems less than ideal to get double red here. I could pass with Polluted Delta with the plan of, like, Stubborn Denying a Thopter Foundry. I could... I guess it's just Delta pass. I don't love it. We adding a command. I think it's at least like 6 now. We gotta catch up at the very least. Oh, did I not get the exclamation on that last one? Alright. There we go. We're up to date. So opponent is on their upkeep, wondering why we're stopped. I don't have the guts to tell them it's because we've drawn Basic Mountain 100 trillion times. Damping Sphere. Sure. I am... They just think we're prowess? Is that what's going on here? Alright. I kind of want to just play out a 1/1 Scourge. So I kind of think I'm going to. Like, I can't Shadow plus, like, Thoughtseize this turn. If they have Gilded Goose into Make Food, Crack Food, then they get to kill my Scourge, but I get to, like, untap, dismember the Gilded Goose, play a big Shadow. So... Scourge is only punished by Goose plus Eat, right? Alright. What's my plan here? I can attack with Scourge. If they block, I Lightning Bolt their face. And then play Thoughtseize second main. So I think it's a free attack. Second spell costs extra, right. Like, I can dismember, pay 4 life, then play Shadow, something like that. Opponent decides to call my bluff. Opponent, I'm not overly appreciative of the lack of trust you have in me. So if I take Urza, they can double spell with Emery Thopter Foundry next turn. So I think I'm just going to take Thopter Foundry. And if they want to Emery to try to play it back the turn after, I can dismember the Emery. Gregorita, sorry, new viewer. Nothing to be sorry about. Nah, get involved. This is a community channel. We amigos here. Alright. Unfortunately, we can't kill them. So let's think about what we're doing to set up our best ability to kill them next turn. We know their last card at the moment is Urza. So if we attack with Scourge, where are we going from there? So they can 4-mana play Urza, tap EE and Sphere to blow up the EE. kill Scourge, kill their sphere. They've got a construct. They've got an Urza. So I think we're just dismembering Shadow here. But I'll give them the opportunity to block because I would rather dismember the Urza. But I don't think opponent's going to give me the opportunity to. So we'll go... Does the fetch matter? I guess we'll go Stomping Ground. Dismember the Emery. Play Shadow. Hold up Stubborn Denial. Say go. Alright. So if opponent plays Urza, we've got a big attack on our turn. I don't think that there's anything besides Urza we really care about. Yep. Something like Urza plus Archmage's Charm here would be really sweet. We'd stub the hell out of it, but it would be sweet. Alright. So Scourge is what we would call good is dead. So let's crack in. They pretty well have to fire off this EE. Which means, like, even if they do have some way of stopping the Shadow from killing them, I do just get to, like, play another Shadow plus hold up stub this turn. I mean, I don't think he's double blocking. Because, like, a double block here is just saying, like, you're not winning the game, right? Like, you're blocking to not lose. No blocks. Okay? You make the first move. You have made the first move. I would like to make the second move. Alright. So, what did I think about the list that league? Come back here. Not losing does not equal winning. Exactly. Desktop background is sick. So I've got 3 monitors, like a chat monitor and then 2. And it's like Overgrown Tomb, Watery Grave, and Steam Vents. And it's pretty awesome. Alright. Thoughts on the list. I ran into Basic Mountain a lot, which we saw. Which doesn't mean that it's wrong. It just means that, like, I saw that side of variance where I shouldn't see the Basic Mountain that much. But we did. Can't do much about it. There was a lot of times that I really wanted access to the breeding pool, but like we said, we didn't have it in the list. Not much we can do about that. I felt like the games that I was winning were when we just found like a good threat. But Scourge was dead in hand for us a lot. Or like awkward to cast. But that also has to do with the matchups that we played. Like we saw Tron, we saw Eldrazi Tron. And Scourge is never going to be great in either of those. Lurrus as a companion didn't come up too much. But again, like a good bit of those matchups were kind of decided before Lurrus would have been relevant. So I don't really know what it would have been doing for us. The mana base definitely was a little bit of a bump. God, it's tough because like Swiftspear Thoughtseize really wants you to be on Blood Crypt turn 1, right? So you want to be able to like go Thoughtseize or Swiftspear into Tarmogoyf on turn 2, which means you want Overgrown Tomb. But then you can't Stubborn Denial without seeing a third land. But if you see third land, then you're getting into the percentage chance of you having fourth land and flooding, and it's tough. I think what I'm going to do after I send everybody off on a raid is take a look at the mana base and take a look at some of those matches and try to figure out, like, if Breeding Pool were there, what it would have looked like from there, what some of the fetches would have been, how they would have changed up, and try to see if there's any notes I could come up with. Change Mountain to Steam Vents. That might be a bit memey. It would give you Steam Vents into Overgrown Tomb to just cover all of your colors. But like so many of the shock choices depend on what fetches you have available. Because you're always going to run into the issue of like Polluted Delta doesn't get Stomping Ground. Wooded Foothills doesn't get Watery Grave. Bloodstained Mire doesn't get Breeding Pool. So how are you going to mitigate that? But I'll take a look and like compare it to some of the 4-colored lists I've played previously and see if we can come up with anything. I can't guarantee any improvements, but I like the idea behind the list. So I'll see if I can come up with any brief ideas that might help tie things together a little bit. In the meantime, I'm going to send everybody over to Eggy Benny, who was on Tron when we played them earlier, but is currently playing some Goryo's Vengeance. So if you want to stick around, feel free to share some love from the channel. Yeah, Eggy streams. We raided Eggy way back after our Shadow Watch stream. But for everybody who's hanging out or checking out the channel for the first time, if you haven't yet, feel free to hit the follow button. Doesn't cost you anything, just lets you know whenever we go live. So you can come check out some sweet Death Shadow action, hang out with the chat, see what's going on. Yeah, I will definitely get back to you with any notes of anything that I've come across from the list. I think it's a really cool list, and I'm excited to have my minor opinion asked for or taken into consideration. But yeah, hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their Thursday. Stay safe, enjoy some good food, good company, And we will see you back tomorrow as we try to get the final touches on whatever we're going to play this weekend. So, adios until then.